You found my name in the rain on the porch. I kept it small like a pin in a glove. Your shadow leaned on the apple crate step, and the clock in the hall would not answer us. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger place. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here. Your collar was white, but your eyes were old, like a key in a jar with a secret hold. I heard the boards count softly our feet, and the room grew thin as a candle leaf. Stay a little while, stay a little near. Your breath on my cheek like a borrowed fear. Dance me slow, paper moon lace. Hold my hand in a stranger play. Hold my hand, sweet and still we could disappear. Dance me slow and leave me here.
Good morning, everybody. It's Friday, finally. Long day ahead of us, according to the judge. Look, here's what had happened, okay? So they start this morning, and they thought they worked out the technical issues with the witness who's supposed to appear by Zoom, and they have not. So that's what's happening. They have started. There was a few questions that were asked, but the Zoom was real choppy, and I don't understand why people who are going to appear by Zoom don't understand that they have got to use earbuds. It's the way microphones work. There's microphones in the courtroom. You're using a mic. You got to use earbuds. It is what it is. But whatever, that's what's going on. Before we get it, so that's what's happening this morning. But there's something I want to talk about, while we're waiting for them to work out all the issues or whatever with the Zoom. I want to talk about what we haven't seen this trial, right? So the schedule is expected that this is the last witness for the defense, Dr. Resnick. Okay, so we're with respect to Dr. Resnick. Okay, what we learned, and y'all are going to hear it, but we have so much time to talk before anything actually happens. So Dr. Resnick is a forensic psychiatrist. He is a forensic psychiatrist who specializes in the area of postpartum psychosis. He testified for Andrea Yates. Okay. That's important. But remember how we were listening yesterday to the audio about, is Patrick missing? I think what actually was being said is Dr. Resnick is missing. And here's why. Because and you're going to hear it. We're going to, so when Reddington starts asking questions, one of his first or second questions is about Dr. Resnick having an emergency surgery and only being released from the hospital on Tuesday night, I should say. So I think what he said, what was said, and that is the reason why the testimony ended abruptly Wednesday is because Resnick is missing, not Patrick. Obviously, Patrick isn't missing. TMZ had him on his balcony, his patio balcony, balcony patio at his New York apartment Wednesday. So he's not missing. I think they were saying, I think what they said is Dr. Resnick is missing. And that is because it was emergency surgery. And so I guess, he didn't have time to let Reddington know, hey, man, something suddenly came up a la Jan Brady, or no, Marsha Brady. Something suddenly came up. And therefore, that's what had happened. That's what I think. And I think when you hear it, you'll understand why I say that. The other thing I want to talk about, okay, is I understand people side-eyeing Patrick Clancy, but let me tell you what's not going to happen in this chat, and I'm going to tell you why. I don't want any accusations. I don't want people accusing Patrick Clancy. First of all, he's not been charged. Second of all, he's involved in a civil lawsuit, okay, which means he's litigious, okay? Accusing somebody of murder is defamation per se. We have freedom of speech in the United States of America, but we don't have freedom of consequences from that free speech. You're certainly free to say whatever you want, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to suffer consequences from saying that. So we're not going to accuse Patrick in this chat, okay? That's the rule. It is what it is, okay? You can say that, you don't understand his timeline. There's a difference between saying things like things that I've said. For example, I don't understand his line of thinking. I don't understand why he did this and not that. Why didn't he say something to somebody? That's very different than a straight up accusation. And we're not going to do that. Patrick Clancy is not on trial. And I've been really, 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 really thinking about this a lot, especially this morning. I thought about it the whole time I was taking my shower, after I got out of the shower and I was lotioning and potioning, when I was cleaning up the kitchen and straightening up the house. Okay. There is what's going to happen to the people who are supporting Lindsay Clancy and saying she's innocent, meaning, oh, today was Gingham Gorgeous was the lotion and potion today. I do love some Gingham Gorgeous. I really am a super huge fan of Bath and Body Works summer scents. They always have such good summer scents. Their fall scents are good too. All their scents are good, but I love their summer scents. Okay. Anyway, I need to understand the people whose line of thinking is that Lindsay Clancy is innocent. And what I mean by that is these are the people that believe that Lindsay Clancy had nothing to do with the deaths of her children. She's factually innocent. I need to understand this line of thinking, because not only has she and through her attorney wanted to stipulate in this trial that she actually took the children's lives, right? In the civil trial, she's admitted the exact same thing. It's part of the civil litigation as well, where she has taken full accountability and responsibility, not full accountability, full responsibility. I want to use the correct word here. Accountability, in my opinion, means something different. Okay. She's taken full responsibility for taking the lives of her children. I understand people, because I'm one of the people. There does need to be changes in our healthcare system overall to include our mental health care system in the United States. It's all bad news bears, okay? So there's a difference between saying what that, like I've been saying, Reddington has really exposed in the criminal trial, has really exposed some major deficiencies on a very public stage of the mental health care industry. It's really mental health care in this country. Okay, it's not that people. I don't think people. I don't. I think people were aware, but I don't think they were aware of how poor it really is. The fact of the matter is, Lindsay Clancy had excellent insurance. Not only did she have excellent insurance, okay, she had the means, the resources to pay out of pocket, okay? And can you imagine if what happened if she fell through the cracks in the care that was rendered to her? Then what's happening to people who are indigent? They have no ability to pay, and they're relying on state funded, because Medicaid is not actually insurance. It's state funded payment for healthcare. Okay, it's not really insurance. It's not the same. So what happens to those people? Okay, um, it's an issue. It's an issue. Okay, but so we can, and there are separate issues happening simultaneously, and separate conversations also happening simultaneously with this case. But for the purposes of the criminal trial, what we have to figure out is, what was Lindsay Clancy's state of mind on January 24th, 2023, at between 4:30 and 5:30 for that hour. Okay, that's what we have to. That's the question. That's what's the jury's being tasked with. Okay, so I think that for me personally, okay, I can believe that Lindsay was in a state of psychosis, and also believe that the defense didn't prove it. That can happen. That can happen. But I will say that I don't at this point, the state, or the Commonwealth hasn't proven to me either that she was sane at the time. I got to be honest. I don't think either side really at this point has proven their case. I don't. I just don't. I don't think either side has proven their case. That's how I feel at this moment. And I need to understand. Listen. Do I think that Dr. Resnick is a highly trained, highly qualified, particularly in this area of postpartum psychosis? Absolutely, I do. Here's where it's going to be an issue for me. The issue for me is it's going to be an issue if he didn't evaluate Lindsay himself. If he is just testifying in general about postpartum psychosis and what it looks like, etc., that's going to be an issue for me. I think at this point, if I'm sitting on that jury, and for all intents and purposes, really, isn't that what we do when we follow a trial? Don't we sort of put ourselves in the role of the 13th juror? Hold on a second. They're back in. Hold on. That's what we do. We put ourselves in the role of the 13th juror. And I got to tell you, if I'm sitting on this jury, neither side proved their case at this point. We haven't heard all the evidence, so we'll see. Also, I want to talk about what last night. So last night, the Chicken Nugget Pot Pie Esquire called me and she wanted me to come over and hang out, and I did. And but before I did that, I was watching the Tupac trial from day one. That's where I started. And this is going to be, I want to give it the attention to detail that it deserves. I mean, Tupac was murdered. I don't think anybody disagrees with that, right? And I just I don't know how I'm going to be able to do two trials. So I'm going to have to figure this out. It's not that I'm not going to cover Tupac. I just need to figure out how I'm going to do it. All right. So be patient with me, if you don't mind. All right. So we're going to get to today's testimony now. They're about to call Resnick, Dr. Resnick. We're going to hear a couple of questions, followed by a long ass break, and now they're back in. So I just want to get you guys all caught up. Yeah, let's talk about that just real quick. We have time because they're going to take breaks. You know how it rolls, all the things. First of all, a lot of things that I've been seeing on social media across the board, whether it be YouTube, the Tickety Talks, Facebook, etc., is the body shaming of these two women. Look, all right, the prosecutors are doing their job, all right? They're the assistant district attorney. There's somebody above them called the district attorney, and the district attorney is who decides the cases that are going to get prosecuted. They took this to the grand jury, for the love of Pete, okay? Stop body shaming these women. I mean, the same people that are arguing for Lindsay Clancy and labeling her, and I have seen this, as some sort of feminist, are the same people that are body shaming these two women. What the hell? Like, that makes no sense. None. And TikTok. Listen, I'm sure there are creators on the Tickety Talks that do listen correctly and get the information correct. But never have I been in a place that 98% of the people reporting on things that are coming out of the courtroom who are not in attendance. They're watching it like we're watching it. So you have the ability to go back, rewind. You can check the transcript. You can turn on closed captions. You have all manner of things. I've never seen 98% of the people reporting testimony completely wrong. And I'm not talking about flubbing a word or two. I'm talking about changing the entire context of testimony. What is happening over on the Tickety Talks? What are you doing? You can rewind. You can watch it 11 billion times if you want. What? Do better, bro. Do better. Right? TikTok body shaming really annoys me. There's no point. Plenty of legitimate things to focus on. The body ain't one. I don't get it. I don't get it at all. Pen Pal John says, thank you, Ward. It's sad how either the social media has changed people to become so mean or revealed how many people really are. I can't use Twitter. It's disgusting what people say. Here's the thing. This is what's been happening. It's evolved. Social media has evolved. It used to be people were always mean on social media. Over the years, I think that it's gotten worse. I think that it's because a lot of the laws have not caught up with social media, and people think they're saying things and they're free from the consequences of the words they type. And that's not true. Eventually, it will catch up. All right, here we go. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying, like, I don't like their tone. For example, when they were questioning Patrick Clancy's mom, Sue, to ask her, especially given where they are in Massachusetts, it's a highly a lot of the population there is Catholic. To ask her if she's a devout Catholic, right? And then to ask her if she's aware that murder, excuse me, is a mortal sin, like that was inappropriate. And there's plenty of commentary to give on the inappropriateness of that question. It's inflammatory, it is offensive, it's all the things bad, right? But why discuss their bodies? There's plenty of content that comes out of their mouths without discussing the package that the content comes out of. All right, here we go. I'm very spicy today, you guys. I'm just spicy. I need a break. I'm ready for this trial to be over. I am. And I saw it when I was waiting for the trial to start. People were in the long crime chat were saying that the delay is because Lindsay Clancy is curling her hair. That is, I mean, I'm sure they're saying it to be funny, right? But like, come on, bro. I don't get it. She gets up. They wake her up. She's up before everybody. Trust and believe. Her hair and makeup were done hours before. They're not waiting on Lindsay Clancy to get her hair did. Okay. Packed house today. Let's see if we see anybody we recognize. I do see, but I don't see some people that I thought were going to be there. We'll see. They are going for the clickety clicks. CRTC archives. It's gross. That's what we were talking about, Jessica Rose, that there's technical difficulties with the first witness. I just like the uncomfortable silence. Really, I'm trying to get it to where we can still skip through lunch and all the things like we normally do. I don't understand how in 2026, I mean, I can understand a poor internet connection, but feedback and choppiness and stuff, it's because I think it's, I don't see HTC. That's who I don't see.
Okay.
Also, I'd like to point out for those of people talking about Lindsay Clancy's hair and the perfect curls and everything, you know why it looks good? Because her hair's dirty. It hasn't been washed. Curls take better on dirty hair. Neither do I. I don't want to see him either, pointer lover, but I'm just saying. No, you know what, pen pal? Brian Etten goes and sits online. He does. He sits in the line himself. And I don't mean to say dirty like it's, like she's like nasty or unkempt or whatever. It's just that everybody knows that washing your hair, makes the curl not hold as well. Clean hair doesn't hold the curl as well. It's best to, and already we have issues we need to talk about for literally zero reason. All right, I'm over it. I'm skipping ahead. Let's just get to it.
Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Please.
Your Honor, before we go today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Harrington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Putnam.
Well, good morning, everyone. What I'm going to do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with me at this point, but let me ask them just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror? Next question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror? In this case, anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, as always, thank you for following those instructions. Now, what the schedule for today is that I would expect a longer day.
Okay, a longer day, blah, 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 blah.
That way. And stuff should be all, we'll see what.
None of the jurors had any issues. I just want you guys to hear the explanation that he gives, because I think what we heard is is Resnick is missing, not Patrick. Oh boy, this is
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I don't think there's volume.
Also, I would just hold on a minute. I would also just like to take a moment to point out that I feel like this trial, this painting is the perfect example of this trial. It's a big old mess.
Okay, I think I've got it.
Oh, here we go. Good job.
It's a little hard for me to hear you on your end. If you could keep your voices up, please.
You want me to swear him again?
Yes, please.
Please raise your right hand one more time. You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
He froze.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I am able to hear you now.
All right, give it a try.
All right, counsel.
Good morning, Doctor. Will you tell us your name in a loud voice so that we can all hear you and spell it for the record?
Philip Resnick, PhillipResnick.
And where do you live, sir? Where do you live? Can you hear me?
You froze up. I can hear you now.
Okay. Where do you live?
I live in the Cleveland, Ohio area.
So this is a delay. Like if I ask a question, there's like a 2 or 3 second delay for your answer. So that's a little difficult, but we'll try to get through it. Can you tell us what you do for work, sir?
Yes, I'm a forensic psychiatrist.
And first off, the reason that you are not appearing here today in court, is that because you have had recent unexpected major surgery regarding an illness, and as of last week, you've now been released from the hospital and you're at home.
I was discharged from the hospital Tuesday night, and there was a recommendation that I not fly for the next few days.
Okay, so you did intend and had tickets to come here and testify, but obviously the court has accommodated us with a Zoom.
Yes.
Okay, tickets to attend. It's not a concert. It's not a Broadway show. What do you mean? It's not a play. Tickets to attend. Come on, Reddington.
Okay. Have you worked on this case with Lindsay Clancy at my request, sir?
Yes, I have.
And
Okay.
now they're going to fix
Can
it.
you tell the jurors your educational and professional background, please?
They're going to start all this all over again. So let's just get back to it. Oh, airline tickets. See, this is what happens when Bindi is too spicy. She just hears things. Everything that hits her ears hits it wrong. And yeah, I'm referring to myself in the third person. No shame. I feel bad for Dr. Resnick. I do.
Taking a short recess.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
See if we get this.
I thought we got to it.
And we'll be out as soon
My
as
bad.
done.
Good, all rise.
They're back in now. I do like Reddington's suit today.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, we're going to give it another go. All right? All right. Go ahead.
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Nathan?
you. All right, Doctor, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Excellent. Tell us again your name for the record, just and spell the last name.
So, Resnick, P-H-I-L-L-I-N-P, R-E-S-N-I-C-K.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower, only because of the microphone. Okay. Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas, and then I came back to University Hospitals of Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Would you like me to?
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor, and I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry, that is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry, 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes.
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
Yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, Doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, Fillicide, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon. It occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And Doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, Doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus, or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing courthouse?
Yes. Again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information, and I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the town or city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically, and how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed, so that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter-of-fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted,
Okay.
yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports?
Extensive police reports, yes.
Grand jury testimony?
Yes.
Photographs?
Yes.
Videos?
Yes.
Medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, Women and Infants?
Yes. I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helbrun, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes. After I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test?
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
the results showed no evidence of faking.
Hold on.
Reddington has tried to get this in twice now, and it's been unsuccessful once. We'll see about the second time. I imagine that the objection might be hearsay because the doctor, while yes, he reviewed those records, that report is not in evidence, and the doctor who administered that test and authored that report has not testified yet. So I'm thinking that, and I don't understand if he also administered an MMPI, which I don't know yet. I can't remember if he said that or not. But if he did it, then why doesn't the doctor just testify to his own evaluation? He's tried to get this in. This will be twice now. I don't think it's coming in. Hey, Chief, good to see you. Hey, Bindi, thanks for blessing the streets with yourself. Well, thank you so much. Hey, Freddie. Oh my goodness, on the knowledge Dr. Resnick has. OMG. Yeah, he's got a lot. And I initially was hesitant about his credibility because I wasn't sure if he had evaluated Lindsay Clancy himself. And I meant not his credibility in that, in his experience. It's clear he has an incredible amount of knowledge and experience. That's not what I mean, but I think that if you are testifying about a case like this, but you didn't evaluate the defendant yourself, then it's a problem for me. So there's that. But yeah, welcome in. Thanks for being here. Hey, listen, while we're waiting for this sidebar to be over, would you guys mind taking the time to give your girl thumbs up, thumbs down? I have checked the ratio to people watching and the likes, and it's about 50% shy. And Shamita, thank you for gifting a silver star. I appreciate that very much. Oh, thank you. Y'all, it's going to be 107 degrees here in hell. Apparently, I've moved to hell. I mean, it's not like I've never been through a Texas summer like this, but it's painful when the AC is just like done, and you know that it could work a little better if the apartment complex would just get off their ass and fix it. And it's highly annoying when they won't. I'm still salty about it. Thank you, Recliner Detective, for gifting a treat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Okay, doctor, I had asked you if you were aware that government's doctor helped.
Hold on a minute. Shamina says, what do you get when you give these gift things? I get like rubies, and it goes towards my revenue. I think, I don't know. I don't really look at my revenue like that. So I don't know what, but I know that, it's a source of revenue for me.
Had administered the MMPI test and came to a conclusion as to whether or not Lindsay was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were, to your knowledge?
The summary, the results were that Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was being truthful as best she could be?
I believe the term is called malingering, Reddington, but that's okay. I just wanted you guys to know I'm so grateful to everybody for being here. And when I say I don't look at my revenue like that, I don't. What I look at really is the reach and the engagement. When I look at my analytics, that's what I look at. I mean, yeah, of course I can. It's when you open up the app, you do see your revenue, but I've never really looked into exactly how the jewels help. I know that they are revenue, but I don't know like all the ins and outs of it. I think it was designed really more for vertical streams to be able to keep up with like TikTok. All right, let's go.
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the
Thank you, Recliner Detective. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for hiding. But they're cute when they come up because they all do a little something. They're all animated. Oh, what was that? Oh, and thank you, Diane. Thank you very much for the hiding. I appreciate that. Thank you for the gift. All right.
The scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature, have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984, and over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
RJ Guess, thank you so much for the super chat, says TGIF. Thank you for being here every day, covering this for us. Truly, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. I really do. That was really generous. Thank you.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider
I know this isn't, I thank you so much, Jonah's mom. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Freddie, for sharing my live on your wall. I appreciate that so much. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jonah's mom, for the duckling.
Let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay, and you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed. So that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how that...
First of all...
I'm sorry. Can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
Yes. Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Delata and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
Okay, that's a good, see, this is what we haven't had before. We have not had a real good definition of all of these terms. So what he's explaining is important for us, but obviously we're not determining anything, but it's really important for the jury. Thank you so much. Let me see who did it first. Alicia for the 6-7 and also for the hiding. I appreciate that very, very, very much. He did not testify for Casey Anthony. That's Jonah's mom says, I'm not going to lie. My big problem with this doctor is that he testified for Casey Anthony. He didn't. What he said was he consulted. He was a consultant on her case, but could not testify. So I don't know if that changes your mind, but Tess says he would not testify for her, Jonah's mom. He evaluated her. So that's, he said he couldn't be helpful. And we needed to hear, because there has been such a debate back and forth in the test, particularly on cross, and then just overall in this whole trial about, is this postpartum psychosis? Was she psychotic? Did she, and the reason that he's made this determination is because the onset of her symptoms for the major depression began in the first 3 months. While it is not typical, it doesn't mean that postpartum psychosis happens at this far out. It can happen. And then he's testifying that in this case, it did happen. So that,
And doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Well, let me say there that Ms. Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane, for example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days, and she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, doctor, what...
Hold on. So Carolina says, do you think that Lindsay, who is known for having everything and everyone, quote unquote, perfect, she knew that she was broken and that could have caused her psychosis? I think it would be the other way around. I think that her mental illness is what caused her to want to have everything and everyone perfect. I think it's the other way around.
in your opinion, what a command hallucination is and how it fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a voice, and the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second. Counsel?
I have no idea what the objection or issue is. But I'm very, very fascinated and riveted by this testimony. I need to hear it in total, and obviously I'm going to have to process it. And he is a witness for the defense. So of course, you know, he's here to testify, but for her and substantiate her defense. But I do think that his explanation, I find him far more credible than Dr. Zeisel. I think that he's testifying better than Dr. Zeisel. I think it's really important for the jury and for us also to understand the terms and how they relate, how they relate to his findings. And I think he's doing an excellent job of explaining that, because I have seen in a lot of chats and in my own chat.
Mr. Chair, I want to give you an instruction at
Hold
this
on.
point. I'm going to go into this also a little bit later.
Hold on. I about the command voice. There have been a lot of people in the various chats, including my own, who've asked the question, and this is a reasonable question to ask. How come it seems that the command voices are always saying to do like the absolute worst? And I think that it's important for the jury to hear that you can hear command voices that are benign, that they happen. So I think this is important, good testimony for the jury to hear how these closed captionings, yikes, these closed captions. Now, how the jury perceives it, what weight they give it, obviously remains to be seen.
When I give you the full instructions at the end of the case, but you were not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements, all right? The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All right, and I'll go into that a little bit later. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Wright.
So, Doctor, to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior, and she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey the instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And, for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you talked. Doctor, you can't. You cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay. All right. I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy did to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are: first, altruistic filicide.
What does that mean? What does that mean, altruistic filicide?
Altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children, and she believed that if she took that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape, and in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is it's called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality, and rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The other 3...
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's all right. Just give us the other 3, the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden, and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to punish the spouse. And the 3 latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a 4th child. So those 3 categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the 2 categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And, Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her health care providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her health care providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children. And that was because she had only a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
Yes, as a
All right,
matter
no,
of
you
fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her as it relates to whether or not she, or why she hasn't killed herself yet?
Well, Nancy, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her process and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at
I don't know what he's.
40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
All right, so just what's going on in the side chat. So what I looked up is what the actual question I put into the Googles is, what is the Catholic Church's stance on birth control in 2026? The official teaching of the Catholic Church remains unchanged. It strictly forbids all forms of artificial contraception, sterilization, and barrier methods, maintaining that every marital act must remain open to procreation. However, polls show a major disconnect between official doctrine and personal views of lay Catholics. All right, so the prohibition of artificial birth control. The hierarchy teaches that using pills, condoms, IUDs, or permanent surgeries separates the love-giving, unitive, and life-giving, procreative nature of sex, making artificial contraceptive morally wrong. Natural family planning. The United States Conference of Catholic Bishops supports natural family planning, allowing married couples to space or delay children by tracking natural fertility cycles and abstaining during fertile windows. They are medical exceptions. Hormonal medications are permitted to treat legitimate underlying medical conditions such as severe endometriosis or hormonal imbalances, provided the intent is healing the body rather than preventing pregnancy. So there you have it.
If I may?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Good morning.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings,
And here we go. She's going in already, right out the gate, attacking the credibility.
Do's and Don'ts of Depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes.
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents.
Hang on, I just want to say this because I agree with Neat. Neat said, well, I say she's doing her job. It's the same thing I did when I did witness prep. It sounds shady, but it's not. It does sound shady. It's not shady. When you're an expert witness, it's important when you're a witness, period, the attorneys for both sides have the ability to prep their witnesses. That's just how it goes. You want the person testifying to be comfortable and to relay the information that your side feels is important for the jury to hear. It sounds a lot worse than it is, because both sides are allowed to do it. If only one side was allowed to do it, then it would be shady AF, but they're not. They're all allowed to do it. Whether they utilize it or not is a trial strategy. If that's it, that's all.
Having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murder by Parents. In the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination, ask what he or she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability. Some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children, and to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
Is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she told
did
her,
not acknowledge them.
but what she told her doctors,
to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
Sustained.
No, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is stricken, that answer is stricken. Okay.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it was a
had
yes or no question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. So that was her psychotic distortion, coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive or you don't know a motive or the person doesn't tell you a motive doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I asked
mentioned the
you. I
motive
did not
already.
ask you about Ms. Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive or you can't figure out a motive doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136 it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There have been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Yes, Maria, the audio issues are from the court, not me.
Were you also
Yeah.
aware on page 1168 that it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three sections as the next three exhibits.
All right. Any objection? All right. Are those part of the Tewksbury records are already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Yes, please. Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying every day?
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure, was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes. Yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something best raised on cross.
No. She opened the door. She referenced the video. Put that video up. Let the jury see that video. That's what I'm saying, Maria. Let the jury see that video. Let them judge for themselves.
Okay.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're in the
And
middle
just
of
getting into
cross.
her affect and behavior, doctor.
Yes. Yeah, that's not inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
Yes.
In fact, typically, it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
Most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that Ms. Clancy was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depth of her depression.
And so she was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes.
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
It can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Well, before the Mr. Reddington, the defense takes over on redirect, she did Just like this, like the damn Kool-Aid man. Play that video. We want to see it.
Here, redirect. Bless you.
No, thank you, doctor.
What?
All right, so if we could
Hold
turn
on.
off that.
What? What? No redirect. Reddington, what are you doing? First of all, sir, she asked questions respective to malingering. And even though her own witness is likely going to testify later at some point, whether it be on cross-examination or on direct examination, he or she, I don't know the gender, the doctor administered an MMPI. Okay. And there are results. And according to the testimony thus far, I'm already yelling. Let me slow down. According to the testimony thus far, the results are that she was not malingering. Okay. Now, but she opened the door to all the ways that Lindsay Clancy could have been faking the command voices, could have been faking the psychosis symptoms, etc. And you're not going to redirect him? You're not going to close those doors? What are you doing, bro? What? Melissa said, see, this is what I'm saying about Red. He has this background, but I don't see it. Maybe in younger days. He's no Alessi or Jackson. Look here, nobody is Alessi. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap. Nobody is Alessi. Not in that way. Ava says, we don't know what Red knows. We don't. We're not inside his brain. We don't know what he knows. We don't know what his strategy is here. I just am trying to understand the strategy. Thus my Lil Jon outburst of, what? Coffee and skeletons, what are you asking me? Who is Alessi? What? It's Robert Alessi from the Karen Reed trial. He was a defense attorney. He worked on Karen Reed's defense. Jeanette says, hey, everyone, been away on last vacay before our kids go back to school next week. Haven't followed the case all week. Has opinions changed about being guilty or not? Man, I'm on the, I've wavered back and forth. Yeah. I don't know. I can't get it all together. Listen, Coffee and Skeletons, I'm only giving you a hard time. I'm just teasing you, babe. You don't have to know all the people. Don't you worry. I'll get you filled in. All right, here we go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Coffee, this is Robert Alessi. In his younger days, I don't have a current overlay of him, but here he is.
All right.
Where is
Great.
he? Right here.
Your Honor, Lindsay Clancy rests the case.
All right. So, members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right. So I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case. It would be the Commonwealth has offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel first, and I'll inquire of the Commonwealth if they wish to offer these rebuttal witnesses. Okay? So, counsel, can I see it sidebar?
Now we have to sit here and wait for sidebar. Let's see. Jessica says, Yeah, I would like to hear from Resnick about why he thinks she wasn't faking besides the test. Maybe because Resnick cannot talk about his conversation with Lindsay Clancy, Reddington cannot say what he wants. There are ways of asking a question and eliciting the testimony from the witness that would not result in a hearsay objection. And by the by, as we learned on cross-examination, Dr. Resnick has prepared witnesses before. He's given seminars or classes or whatever parlance you'd like to use to describe what he's done. But basically, he's helped other people, other professionals, other colleagues learn to testify in court in cases like these. So I would imagine there's a way to get that testimony. I just can't
Spriggs, the
figure it
Commonwealth
out.
wish to offer any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. If you call your
Here we go. Here's the
next
rebuttal.
witness, please.
Commonwealth would call Dr. Avram Mack.
Also, welcome back in, Jeanette. I hope you had a great vacay, babe.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in the truth shall be Thank you. You may have a seat, sir.
All right. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
All right. I'll just ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Avram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Avram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
I will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school. I was here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, defense or prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
Overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination.
Okay.
Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
And the opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent that impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on a common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's
the
aware, and
question.
if you want to refresh his memory, you can.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes, I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility.
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
When you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information that you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions. But effectively, you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
Okay. And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times, you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brain waves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders, and these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
Okay. And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts, so one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained, retained substantial capacity to know that the act was wrong or against the law, and the other being retained substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review.
I was.
By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes.
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like what's called her affect, which is her emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas? Mm-hmm. Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they object.
Sustained, if you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there.
So see how she's asking these questions and he's relaying. He cannot say specifically what she said. He can't quote her. So this is why I think that Reddington could have elicited the same type of testimony from Dr. Resnick on redirect. He simply chose not to. For what reason? I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine, but there are ways to do it.
she wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as, I believe, both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Mass General, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate, or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that.
Okay, so Shamina says, I wonder why the witness was yesterday was able to quote Lindsay Clancy. I need to look it up if it's because she's a chaplain. I think the reason why is because her notes were documented. That she was reading from notes, and the notes were admitted into the record, or into the admitted as evidence, the chaplain's notes. Whereas because of the circumstances where she is at Tewksbury, the interaction is recorded, but the ultimately it was decided that it was not allowed in. So perhaps that is why the video of Lindsay's evaluation and interview by Dr. Resnick was not allowed in. So maybe that is why he can't quote it. Not, you'd probably know better than me, Shamina.
She wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently, and I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
Now, did she describe to you her thoughts or feelings about her current situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about that?
Well, she described feeling depressed, which she termed situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable, not wanting to be alive.
And
Finish, please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
No, yeah, that's all right.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated?
Yes.
That she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April of 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest here. You mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, answer the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you, okay?
But he did. She asked him if it was used to treat bipolar, and he answered yes, and then he expanded on the yes answer, but he did answer the question.
Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania, which is, I'm sorry, why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
Okay. How about Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
Okay. And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
Crazy Mama said, Jen, you're going to have to help me understand why are they more focused on today instead of the day of, as far as quote unquote more. So, because of the way the last witness testified, specifically the questions that were asked on cross-examination respective to elements of, for the lack of a better word, and this is really what they asked, basically faking psychosis. The doctor who testified has written several articles about that specific subject, faking psychosis. And one of the elements in that article that he wrote respective to faking psychosis is that there are no subsequent episodes of psychosis. It's too easy. It's immediately remedied by medication, quote unquote cured, right? That is an element. And so what she is attempting to do in this portion of the direct examination is to lay the foundation that this Lindsay revealing psychotic symptoms or symptoms of psychosis is part and parcel of her faking it and is evidenced by the medication being a quote unquote cure. That's what I think. That's where I think that she's going with this. Yes, psychosis does have episodes. However, according to the records from Tewksbury, Lindsay Clancy has had no episodes of psychosis since the incident on January 24th, 2023. I don't know, Jonah's mom. I don't know how to fix that other than I think that there's a setting on the web browser. If you log into YouTube from your browser, specifically your Chrome, if you have an iPhone, you don't want to use Safari, you want to use a Chrome browser. I think there's a setting there for that.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have?
Hold on a minute. Before she gets into that, I want to add a caveat to what I just said prior. Okay. I'm essentially reporting the news, not making the news. That's not my opinion. I believe I'm only reporting what the testimony has been. I don't know how I feel about the substance and the credibility at this point of the testimony. I haven't put it all together in my mind. So I'm not giving I am not giving an opinion on whether I find that is true or not. I'm just only reporting the news. That's it. That's all. All right, there we go. Let me rewind this just a little tiny bit so we can hear the question again that I interrupted.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, when you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And when it came to the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response. I heard the description of the trial of lithium. That was a short trial.
Okay. And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred?
That's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime, In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the 2 short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you what?
ATS says boom. I need to know where the boom came from. Maybe I missed it. It's not, I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just, I want to know where you think the boom was, because I want to rewind and I want to hear this boom. Please, if you don't mind. I'll wait. I'm going to wait for you. I think I can try to figure out. Let me rewind it just a little bit. Maybe that'll help me figure out when this, I guess I just, all right, hold on. All right. Let me try it here.
Check history.
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been 2 short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the 2 short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have the conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
After
she
the
had,
birth.
sorry.
After the birth of her second child?
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now, based on your review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did she report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any?
No.
Evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far
Yes.
as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for.
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several-week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
Okay. And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no.
I'm curious about this. ATS News says, when you have anxiety, your fear outweighs rational thinking, sadly. Which I understand your point, but my follow-up to that, to your point, would be this counterpoint. If her anxiety respective to medications outweighed and her fear outweighed her rational thinking, then why did she take medication at all?
Own effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that there's some, they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
So Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
And you're aware of the medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several-month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall in all the records that were available to you what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say, in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, you were aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder, but the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if, what if, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation or what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to kind of make it kind of clear to the jury here, when you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right, what is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks for the mood conditions that we're talking about.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's Hospital, correct?
Correct.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally. After that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors at the Brigham generally showed normal mental status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you reviewed in the record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed, false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives. So
even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, You have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant, or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
Could I object? It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world, and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of or review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on, somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There is one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have glucose, poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the
This is just something, this whole conversation he's having with her about this ketoacidosis. I'll say this, Google and WebMD in the wrong hands can be dangerous, right? If you're a person who is already apprehensive about medications and you hit up the Googles or you hit up WebMD, you can and you will have access to literally the worst case scenarios. Okay. And I'm not saying that she didn't experience some of this stuff, but I do think that there is an element here, and I'm not exact. And I think this is probably part of her mental illness, where she's a bit of a, I don't want to say that she's a textbook definition of a hypochondriac, right? But there are people who, if they're given the information about side effects, will say that we'll feel those side effects, sort of like a mind over matter type of thing. If it's in their mind, and they take the medication and the medication says you're going to experience dizziness, drowsiness, headache, nausea, and vomiting, they will experience those. And it's difficult to determine whether or not, because it's the same brain, right? The brain is what controls all of everything. And is it's sort of a chicken before, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Did she actually have those side effects because of the medication just by itself? Or did she manifest those symptoms? And that doesn't really have anything to do with what the jury is going to have to think about and all of that. But I mean, it's just interesting for conversation's sake.
Realm of, were they delusional? Were they fixed false beliefs or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does...
I understand what you're saying, Amber, where Amber says, sounds delusional to me. Her extent of worry on so many things, even Cora having a liver issue because of stomach ache. The issue here really is that it's not delusional. It's not, okay. Under a psychiatric definition, and that's what we have to talk about here, okay, in terms of the testimony, is what is a delusion. So if she invented, right, and had this fixed notion that Cora had an issue with her liver, just out of whole cloth, right? There wasn't some other issue like a stomach ache, for example, in this example, right? Where there was nothing that she had a stomach ache, so that leads her to believe that there is an issue with her liver. If you take the stomach ache out of it, right? And she had come up with being fixated on Cora having a liver issue, that is what makes it a delusion. That's the difference. I don't think, and the problem, there's a disparity and a disconnect between an evaluation for treatment given by a psychiatrist and an evaluation, a forensic evaluation given for determining state of mind at the time of an event, i.e. for court. There are statutes that tie the hands of the evaluator, and so it's very strict, it's very black and white, and so that is part of the issue when it comes to all of this. Amber said she was becoming addicted to meds, even though the test results showed her and Gelada told her she didn't. And part of bipolar is problems making decisions rationally. I'm not suggesting, babe, that she did not have a mental illness. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the way that she connected the dots doesn't fall under the definition of a delusion. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that her mental illness didn't play a part or didn't play a huge role in the way that she connected dots. For example, I've taken Ativan at 1/4 milligram, which is 0.25 milligrams, 4 times in a month. And now all of a sudden I'm addicted to, it's not rational thinking, but it's not a delusion, because there's some, even though it seems counterintuitive, but there's some basis in reality for that. she's taken Ativan. A delusion is something that is not within reality at all. There's no reality. There's no basis in reality at all. So if she were delusional, it would be, I've never taken an Ativan in my life. I'm addicted to Ativan. That's a delusion. Or Neat gave it a good example way earlier in the day where of a person that believed that he needed to use, he needed to have his ejaculate mixed with the lotion as a barrier of protection. That's a delusion. That's the difference.
The idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you're talking about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, is it fair to say she did identify protective factors?
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point, okay? All right, thank you, Doc. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess
All right, so they're going to be back in like 30 minutes because, yeah, he tells everybody to be back at 12 o'clock or at 2 o'clock, but we know that never happens. I mean, they might be back at 2 o'clock, but nobody ever starts at 2 o'clock. So we got about 15 minutes, 18 minutes local time till they get back from lunch. I can get behind her having bipolar disorder. Absolutely. I don't think that is a misdiagnosis. I don't disagree with that diagnosis. I will say that I'm having a very difficult time saying hold on a minute. I'm having a very difficult, I'm not to the point where I feel that she had an episode of psychosis. I'm not there yet. I don't feel like there's been, I feel like obviously there's been testimony to the contrary that she actually was in a state of psychosis. I am having difficulty because of the cross-examination of Dr. Resnick. The fact that it seems, based on the testimony, that she's, I don't want to say cured because that's not the right word, but the fact that there has been no other times, episodes of psychosis in the last 3 years does give me pause. Here's why. Based on the testimony elicited on cross-examination, that by her own witness, that just gives me a lot of pause. I mean, I think back to personal experience, and I've seen a person have a psychotic episode and continue to have psychotic episodes despite being medicated. I'm on the fence, and the thing is, I'm still on the fence. And I don't know how the jury is going to figure this one out. I really don't. I don't. I need to continue. I think that what may or may not push me over I don't know that I'll be able to determine it, quite frankly. However, I think I'll have a better read on whether the jury is able to define it one way or the other, because I think based on their instructions, I think that's going to make it. I'm not saying that she didn't have a mental illness. I'm not saying that she didn't reach out for help. I'm not saying any of that is not true. But at the end of the day, what the jury is going to have to determine is, A, did she have a mental disease or defect? B, did the mental disease or defect, was it such that she could not appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions and or what's the word? It's not comport. Help me again. Why do I always want to say comport? It's not control. What's the word? Conform. Thank you, Pen Pal John. I'm going to leave this pinned. She could not conform her behavior under the law. And I think it is a dangerous leap. In my opinion, I wouldn't make the leap. But for me personally, I feel for me to make the leap between there's no other explanation, nobody's explained a motive. Will there ever be a rational, justifiable motive for murdering 3 children? One child, any child ever? No. So it wouldn't matter to me what motive they came up with. There's no motive that would make that makes sense, and it shouldn't make sense. So, but I think that in lieu of a motive that makes sense, which is an oxymoron, because there's no motive that would exist for killing a child, period. Right? That it has to be psychosis because she was a good mom. It's just, I think that's, for me, I'm unwilling. I refuse. I will not make that leap. There will never be an explanation ever that exists that would make anybody able to understand why anybody would kill a child, let alone 3 children, let alone their own children. We're not going to get that. So for me, I'm not waiting for that, because it's not going to happen at all. There will never be testimony given that is any type of, just because there are I know that there's been testimony and discussions about, well, she didn't physically abuse her children. And I'm not suggesting she was emotionally, mentally abusive to her children. But what I would suggest is that the absence of physical abuse does not negate abuse. Just because she came across as a good, if you look at, okay, I'll say this in this respect: Susan Smith and Diane Downs, neither one of them have in the past, their children weren't removed from them. They don't have a history of abuse, physical or otherwise. They still killed their children. It happens all the time, which is sad, right? It happens all the time. Chris Watts is another example. Is there any evidence in the case file at all that Chris Watts was abusive to the children? No. He still shoved them into oil tanks. And I use that term purposefully. The measurements of the children were done. The measurements of the opening into those tanks were measured. Shoved is the right word. But there was no history of abuse there. None. And nobody jumped to, and Chris Watts didn't put up an insanity defense. But let's say, for argument's sake, he had. I guess we can't really do that, because I guess it would be dependent on the evidence presented. So who can we use as an example other than Andrea Yates? But these are different. Andrea Yates is not Lindsay Clancy. She's just not. And which for Andrea, I didn't have a question. In fact, I couldn't understand when her first trial occurred why she wasn't allowed to use the insanity defense, why she wouldn't be somebody who qualified for that. Pen Pal John says, it's hard to overcome the planning of searching the distance for the restaurants, having husband go out and then answering the call during the act and sounding normal. Exactly. And the jury is, that's evidence before the jury. There hasn't been the simple explanation that can occur and a person still be in a psychotic episode is not enough for me. It's not enough. And I don't, I'm not the jury. So I didn't have to start with the presumption of innocence. I don't have to give her the presumption of innocence if I don't want to. I did start this trial with objectivity and an open mind, and I'm open to hearing all of the evidence. And we are reaching the conclusion of all of the evidence. And the fact that we're at this point, and I still, especially given the fact that the defense has rested, and I still feel on the fence about whether or not she was in psychosis. It's not there. I'm not there. I'm not there. Sarah Lou says, welcome in, by the way. Just because she is a woman and uses postpartum depression does not mean she can get away with murdering her 3 children. This woman is cold and calculating. She knew what she was doing. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you because there is an element of that is true. Becky P says, I will admit I approached it with a confirmation bias on when I saw the one postpartum mom who developed psychosis at 7 months. The fear in her eyes over not understanding what was going on. And see, that's I'm not really moved by this timeline of postpartum, by the definition of when a woman is considered postpartum or not. I'm not moved by that because I'm not. I think that those hard and fast and fixed definitions of what the term length of time, I should use that. That's better. What the length of time a woman is considered postpartum, I think, are ridiculous. I think that that I'm not moved by that. I'm not moved by that. So I would be willing to I would be willing. I am and have been this whole time. That timeline with postpartum, and if she was going to have any symptoms, it should have been by this time or that time or earlier or whatever. I'm not super moved by that. Not super moved by that part. Jonah has taken over, aka Jan, a fur, says, it's no secret that I feel that Lindsay is criminally responsible, but you don't know what you don't know is that I have been searching for a reason to change my mind, and it just hasn't happened. Maria says, it's freaky that her heart rate was low at supposed time of killing. Yeah. Sarah Lou says she was fed up with her life and her children. Unfortunately, she killed her children and botched her own suicide. Samantha says, well, with the psychosis for me, how was she speaking normal and coherent in the snow? She should still be in the thralls of false fixed belief. I can't disagree there. I think Melissa says, I think postpartum had a play, but the underlying, I think, is the bipolar that she keeps refusing to accept. Miss Liz says, or asks, is the defense saying it's because of the postpartum psychosis or general mental illness? Either way, she did not disclose this to her doctors. She knew. What the defense is saying is that really, under the law, what she has to be diagnosed with is a mental illness or defect. And her witness, two witnesses, Dr. Resnick and Dr. Zeisel, both testified that she does have a mental illness or a mental disease or defect, and that because of the mental disease or defect, she was unable to appreciate the wrongfulness of her actions and or conform her behavior to the law. Now, they're suggesting that her mental disease or defect is bipolar and that she was psychotic at the time. Now, where is Tess Mack asking things? Tess says, I think the lowered heart rate could mean she wasn't psychologically there though, right? I think that I don't know what I don't know, because it's interesting to me that most people, and I don't know what studies have been done on heart rate and psychosis, if any. Let's look it up. Let's Google, how does a person's heart rate react during, oops. During an episode of psychosis, a person's heart rate often increases and shows lower variability. This happens because the brain triggers a fight or flight state, raising sympathetic nervous system activity while lowering calming parasympathetic control. Autonomic and heart rate changes. Higher resting heart rate. Acute stress and hyperarousal often cause a moderate increase in baseline heart rate. Lower heart rate variability. The time gap between each heartbeat varies less than normal, showing a stressed nervous system. Adrenaline release. Fear, paranoia, or internal distress activate stress hormones that speed up the cardiovascular system. Contributing factors: emotional distress, terrifying hallucinations, or intense persecutory delusions act as severe psychological threats. Medication effects: certain antipsychotic treatments can independently influence heart rate and lower HRV. Internal perception: individuals experiencing psychosis may also misjudge or misinterpret their own heartbeat. So, and the argument being, because I know people are going to say the benzos, right? Because benzos act as a central nervous system depressant, right? So the argument about the benzos, the theory of, and I think this is borne out by the tox screen, it's very difficult to understand or to pinpoint exactly when she took those medications, the crushed up pills in the lemonade, and drank them. And here's why. One thing we know is it had to have been before she cut herself, because there is no blood on that cup. And but the before could be, was it before all of this? Meaning, did she do that? Did she crush up the pills and ingest them and then go strangle the children? Or did she, as the state has asserted, did she murder the children, then crush the pills up, ingest them, and then cut herself? There's a lot of there's a lot of problems. It is interesting. ATS News says, I find it interesting. Postpartum psychosis is increased if you're bipolar, which Gelada thought she was. Yes. The studies show that there is an increased risk for women who either have been diagnosed as bipolar or have an underlying well, that the description is underlying undiagnosed bipolar disorder, a latent, if you will, bipolar disorder, something that hasn't been. Thank you, Shmita, for the silver star, babe. Something that hasn't been diagnosed yet, and symptoms haven't manifested yet, or oh, thank you for the balloon, Jonah's mom. Jonah, thank you so much, babe. I appreciate that. That was very generous of you. So yes, it does increase under those circumstances. However, thank you, Justified. Good to see you, babe. Thank you for the floating heart. However, that would depend on which diagnosis you believe. Because the state's last witness here, who's just been testifying, and I believe is about either going to finish up on direct. Perhaps I don't know. I've just completely lost the plot as far as where we are timeline wise. But the doctor testifying for the state, Dr. Mack, does not believe that she was bipolar. He couldn't diagnose her bipolar. That's what he said. That's really the testimony. There's a difference between, and this is where the disconnect comes in, okay? When he is evaluating her for court, right, there's very, very specific criteria for diagnosing. It's not the same as when Rebecca Gelada was listening to her and thinking initially that she has generalized anxiety disorder and maybe a depressive. She's depressed, right? And then she had the differential, and as time went on, not that much time, but some time, a little bit of time went on, then she started to having a potential differential diagnosis thought, which was bipolar. The criteria for that is very, very, very different for Rebecca Gelada than for Dr. Mack. And that's where the disconnect, I think, comes in this case. ATS said, she fits all the Google bullet points. All I know is all I know. LOL. Obviously, I'm not an expert, but it sources experts in their summary, which I'm not saying that she doesn't have these. What I'm simply suggesting is that I think that's why there exists a difference in the way that one psychiatrist, i.e. Dr. Resnick, evaluated her, because he's under the same criteria as Dr. Mack. but it's his interpretation of that criteria that led him to be able to diagnose her as bipolar, where with Dr. Mack, under the same statutes, the same limitations and criteria, he was unable to. Because as you can see, it's very difficult with, it's difficult to, psychiatry, and you have to take into account too, and this is just real talk, okay? And this isn't anything negative on the part of Lindsay Clancy, but here's the deal. When she was being evaluated by Dr. Resnick and when she was being evaluated by Dr. Mack, they tell her exactly what they're doing. Hold on. Whew, excuse me. They tell her they're a forensic psychiatrist. They're here to evaluate her for the defense, or they're here to evaluate her for the Commonwealth, and there is no doctor-patient confidentiality. Everything must be reported to the court and to both sides. Thank you. So, sorry for, it was coming and I couldn't mute in time. Or I felt like I couldn't. I probably could have. Anyway, sorry about that. I didn't mean to sneeze in y'all's ear. But, so she's aware. And I think just inherently, it's easier to be open to somebody you feel might be on your side. It's just how people are. That's just human nature, and so it might be. And one of the things that I thought was interesting with Dr. Mack that he acknowledged, and so did Dr. Resnick, is that Lindsay has a tendency to minimize her symptoms. So with that acknowledgement, if he's looking at supporting documents, collateral interviews, all of those things, right? Dr. Mack is, and she is underreporting symptoms of mania, right? That might be why. That might be why she is, he didn't diagnose her with that, even though, to be fair, she's being treated with bipolar with medication used to treat bipolar. So, thank you, Shamina. It was the cutest sneeze, though. Thank you. So it's, it's interesting. I don't know. I think that I don't envy this jury. I don't know how they're going to make this decision. I really don't. I really don't. And under the law, if they have reasonable doubt as to the elements of first degree or second degree, then they would have to find her not criminally responsible. Here's the deal. Those are their three options. Okay. There's not a secret hidden fourth option where they acquit her, and she would therefore leave the courtroom free. Okay. That's not a, that's not a, that's not an option. They have three options. They can find her guilty of first degree murder. They can find her guilty of second degree murder, and they can find her guilty or not criminally responsible. Those are their three options. If they have reasonable doubt as to any of the elements under either the first degree or the second degree, they have to default to not criminally responsible. That's it. That's it. Let me look and see. Let's look. Maria, let me look. I want to say no, but I might be wrong. Okay. So this is what there is. Yes, the records, legal transcripts, and extensive media coverage of Andrea Yates' 2002 and 2006 trials are publicly available through legal archives, court documents, court document repositories, and historical news coverage, though complete unedited video broadcast archives vary by platform and provider. Let's see. Oh, okay. So I asked, is there court footage from the trials, i.e., testimony of witnesses? And the answer is yes. Limited televised court footage and recorded video evidence from Andrea Yates' 2002 and 2006 trials are publicly available, though they are primarily distributed through news. So there are sections. There should be sections and clips on potentially court TV. And there is the crime scene video looks to be available on YouTube. I'm not sure though. Some of Rusty Yates' testifying is an expert psychiatrist. I'll have to look it up. I'll have to do more of yeah. This is, you know what, Tess, this is such a good point. And I think this is where we're getting stuck. So Tess says, to me, she's not overly evil as Letitia, Lori, etc. I think whatever it is, there's good in her that will eat her soul away until she dies. Just my personal perspective. I think there's a level of evil that doesn't exist in a person because they've taken a life. Not through self-defense, not in a war situation, nothing like that. But I will say that I think the difference between like Letitia, and Lori is that, to me, there seems to be a level of remorse
This court is back in session. You may be seated.
that didn't exist.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record,
I will say, just as important, what's equally to me, as far as this goes, what's equally important to me is what she was not diagnosed with, i.e., a personality disorder. Unlike Tisha Lynn, just want to point that out.
All right, Como?
Dr. Mack, before we broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts. And protective factors do the opposite. They are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection is not the thoughts, it's the action.
No, overruled. You can answer.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal interests or ideation.
I guess the important part I'm trying to piece together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
Correct.
Now, on the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
Yeah, if you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time.
So,
or something to that effect.
The fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience, do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Okay. Now, just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
And what are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you of an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant on, about the events of January 24th, 2023, you, in your interview with her, were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, "You should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself."
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement
Yes.
and then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
Yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, "Go to God."
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay, and as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
Okay. And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door, and the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And as far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
I'm not sure I knew that.
How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that? So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's
yes.
okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior, and in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that was wrong or against the law, and that she could be punished for such an act.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well, as that aligns with what I was saying before about how, while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable.
Vote to strike that. He's not sure about it.
All right. That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statement that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment go to God is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain the substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this, and yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts, so it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacity that required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max CV as the next exhibit.
Any objection? That may be admitted. All right, Mr. Reddington.
I think that it is unfortunate that Dr. Resnick was not available to testify in person, because I think that a bit was lost in that testimony that would have been better delivered in person, frankly. That's number one. I think that Reddington was hugely remiss in not giving a redirect. And because I think that if Reddington had gone through the legal definitions in the way that the prosecution just did, and Dr. Resnick was able to give examples of behaviors that as to why he diagnosed her and reached the conclusion that he ultimately reached in the way that the Commonwealth's rebuttal witness, Dr. Mack, was just able to, I think that would have gone a hell of a lot farther with the jury. Because remember, Andrea Yates, first of all, for comparing, she wasn't even allowed to use the insanity defense in her capital murder trial in 2001. Okay. It wasn't until that through the appellate process, her conviction was overturned and she was allowed to. in the second trial in 2006. But Dr. Resnick testified in person in that capacity. And I think that, quite frankly, the defense, by not, there's nothing they can do about his ability to be able to be there in person. However, I feel like they did not make the best of a bad situation in questioning him in the way that the Commonwealth just questioned their expert witness. And I think that is going to I think that's going to be on the list of his regrets.
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be an intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
All right.
You're a psychiatrist.
This is already starting off on a shitty foot. Here's the deal. He said, I don't know what you mean by investigate, implying, Mr. Reddington, that he doesn't understand what you deem as an investigation. That's what he's asking you to clarify. Don't be a dick. Come on, man.
That's employed by the district attorney, right?
Hey, MK Lean.
Retained by, yes.
Oh, okay, so we're going to talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
A point that I've already made. I agree with you,
So
Reddington.
when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was. For example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life, and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under one-on-one 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
well, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
what, can you
about
say
her?
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
can you,
Whoa, 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 whoa. Mr. Reddington, the judge, everybody, what the hell's happened here? What? Whoa. I mean, I don't have my other meme from, or my other audio clip from Family Guy, Star Wars. Something, what is it? No. Is it something? No, it's the final one. It's the third one where Mr. Peter Schmidt, playing his role as the Emperor, says, all right, everybody, let's just calm the fuck down here. Come on, y'all, everyone. Just let's calm the fuck down here. What's happening? Listen, he's in the middle of answering. She's in the middle of objecting. The witness is looking at the judge. Everything's going bananas here. Let's rewind it because we want to hear this again. This was a whole mess.
Life story is. Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell you
that,
about her
well, I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell you
what, can you
about
say
her?
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did
Objection.
she tell you about the
Your Honor.
education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
What did she tell you about, I'm sorry.
Ask the question,
What did she
answer
tell
the
you,
question, and we'll go from there.
what did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd she go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that you work with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Well, who would you hear?
This is the kind of court anarchy I love, says MK Lynn. Of course you do, and I love it too. Fuck it, let's just fight now. Round one. Fight!
Hear from them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from the
Let's talk
defendant
about
herself.
let's talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you're testifying?
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why
wasn't.
are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Because that's the fucking question you asked, Red. You're being a dick. Come on, man. But keep it up. At least you're keeping us all awake over here because I'm getting sleepy. Let me
Well, I think your
rewind it.
question was in which her work
Okay, so what is the
might have heard it from some time, and
that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Well, who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from the
Let's talk
defendant
about
herself.
let's talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you're testifying?
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why
wasn't.
are you telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
It is. It's the accents that make the attitudes funnier. Look, I admonish both sides equally for being dicks. There's no need for that. Okay. But Red, I'm not going to lie. His first question came out like this. There you go. All right. Okay. Let's all be fair. Let's all be super serious now. They're all, and look, they've all had their moments of being a-holes. I'm not under any level of delusions. They've all have had a momentary asshole-like behavior.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes.
And
I
her husband was Patrick.
Hang on, I have to get this out because when he said, whoa, get back to the one, Who is the one here? I am him and he is me. That song just went through my head. I am him and he is me. Or no, how does it go? I am him and he is I. Shout out to you, Snoop.
Right?
Yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Okay. Had one child, Cora, right?
I can't hear you.
Child, the first child was Cora.
I would also like to ask you, Mr. Reddington, when your expert witnesses evaluated Miss Clancy over there, she was also medicated. So are you trying to say that she can't be trusted because she's on the meds? That her recollection is not accurate? Come on, man.
Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which is called an episiotomy, and that was something she was unhappy about.
Sure. Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
And when she went home after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or where was she living when she had these two kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She wasn't living in Weymouth, or?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point she moves to Duxbury, she's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
After Callan?
Yeah, Callan. It's Callan, C-A-L-L-E.
Yes. Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No other factors yet. We'll get to the other factors. Why was she anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had
Hey,
throughout
you know
her
what?
life.
I'm going to pull you in, okay? This is a cross-examination, sir. I gave you
All
a little
right,
rope.
next, just ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes,
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
yes.
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
Yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself or perhaps her mother caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability to take care of her children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime, fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes,
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years, we assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the past, exercise was her.
Yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir.
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer the
The question called for a yes or no answer, all right? And so, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic?
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022.
Okay.
After Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked, sir, is that when you got involved with investigating this case, do you recall that from the DA?
So
Do you recall that from the DA?
the term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you got appointed or retained by the DA?
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
And what's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out from the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for a motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
Oh, hold on. Did you guys hear that hot mic moment? Let's hear what they said.
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
Notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Oh, they just said go to sidebar.
Sure.
Lame. They're being much more careful now about their hot mic moments. They know people are listening now. All right, let's see.
Court, is that a person?
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So, your understanding
What she just whispered was, we're going to have to go to sidebar on this.
of the procedure is that a notice has to be given.
All right, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. So, your understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given to the court that a person like Lindsay is raising the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure here in Massachusetts in
you
that
don't-
regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
No, I
So-
do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of 24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, a letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Dietz? Mm-hmm. He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes.
He's testified in many cases, correct?
Yes, but
Overruled.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
Yes. And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion.
Sustained.
So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what the letterhead basically says.
Right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Yes.
And in big letters up above, it says Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay, do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a
background.
robust career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 20 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the
The
expectation.
answer yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
You're referring to Dr. Habron?
I am referring to Dr. Halbert. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halbert, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to.
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
What'd you do?
There's the smoking gun that you guys are waiting for. That's it. That's it. That there was a collaborative effort is the point that's he's making. I'm not saying whether there was a collaborative effort or not. I got to see where this goes, but that is the road that Mr. Reddington is going down, that they were cahooting cahooters.
Both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No,
Did you have separate cars?
we did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet with Lindsay?
Yes, I
Both
think
of you
that was.
together? Both of you together?
Yes,
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
yes,
In your opinion, is that appropriate, sir?
yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No,
No?
I have not talked to him about his report.
Have you talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does
No.
that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Shipping
that-
up to Boston. Did you tell him?
No, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes,
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
yes,
Pennsylvania,
yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
Says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to
Okay.
not be renewed.
Maryland,
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York,
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts,
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina,
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut,
Same,
Virginia.
same.
So what does that mean, that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes,
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the
Okay.
National Council.
So I asked you about your interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships on the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions,
Yes,
Pediatric Quality and Safety.
yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics.
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes,
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students, right?
yes,
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
yes.
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry, dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but
Number 8 on
no, but what does it say in its entirety?
ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look
The
at it.
Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay, the focus nevertheless is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? That something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about
Okay.
patient safety and quality, yes.
Answer is yes.
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use, dealing with what, pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave, yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper, yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process and medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drugs, school, and the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes, I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but that's the title of a lecture that I was giving.
Childhood development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, in psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes.
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
Yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about
Okay.
the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep into making the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, erythematosus, age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, psychiatric clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did.
I've written or edited several textbooks on substance use
Right.
disorders. Yes.
Okay, so in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
you have to remind me, there was
Okay,
a
never mind
period when
probate
I
court.
was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
That's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking it. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1, in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections, are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was at Children's Hospital Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right? Book.
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance use.
Number 29, MAC AH, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice. Nothing
Yeah,
wrong with
that was a chapter, not a book. But yes.
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
No.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, web drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
How long ago was
going
that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's
starting.
when. When?
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right. And
What did
so
you do?
since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's a generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21.
I know, Mac. Can you believe this bullshit? And Lynn Reddington leaned over the podium like, this is just exhausting. And I can't. Damn.
So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown,
Okay, you
I
know what?
would like to answer because I have more to
Hold
tell
on,
you.
let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So
Look, Reddington is like all of us when we were kids in class, and it was at least 15 minutes before the bell rang, and that last 15 minutes drags on, so you start packing up to keep yourself awake. That's what Reddington's doing. He's packing up to get to be the first out of class. Look, I'm going to just say it like it is, okay? The same line of questioning that Reddington is giving to the Cross, that Reddington is giving to Dr. Mack, is the same line of questioning that Attorney Sprague gave to Dr. Zeisel. Okay? It just is what it is. MK said, I got to take off, Jen, if I don't make it back before you're done. Everyone have a great weekend. Thanks for coming by. MK, Leanne, it's always a pleasure. You have a great weekend too, bud. I'm glad you came. Try to behave. Don't cause no ruckuses. We got enough.
At Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so, yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Meanwhile, Red's over here like this. Give me just a second. Please bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. I've got an extensive. Where's it at, bro? Here.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
That's Mr. Reddington right now. He's like, man, I ain't beat for the bullshit today. I ain't feeling it, bro. I don't know. I mean, we'll see.
Sure, these pediatric.
Oh, hold on. Thank you, Kimmy, for gifting what is it, a Sunday? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's Billy Madison. Thank you so much, babe. I appreciate that. Oh, back in the day, this is way back in the day, I was known for my dank memes. We don't use that term anymore, but that's the term that at one point I did use because that was the correct term. I have a whole list.
Hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth, and I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would you be involved in, for example, testing them for their mental health?
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching that is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not Lindsay was ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah, was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd
No, I
be
don't
happy
want
to
to show
review
you
it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but when can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer, she was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication, or what was the purpose?
Medication.
Sertraline.
And otherwise known as?
Zoloft.
And she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on for a
Hold on a
second.
second. Hold on a second, Doc. Sorry. All right, let's go ahead. You want me to re-ask that question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications.
She's what?
Avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me.
She told you that?
My awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medications.
there are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications, and I think she described that she is one of them.
So you know she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had had
Lifelong?
Yes.
Okay, how about in grammar school, high school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on. Mr. Reddington, you got go ahead. Doctor, finish the question.
but when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only her description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you, making this up?
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next question.
She didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school.
Look, I don't know who the hell it is in the background that's coughing, but get up. I know this is interesting, but either pop a Ricola in your mouth or get a drink of water or get up and get out. You are distracting everybody.
But that is her basic. Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand it to be.
You believe that's what it is? You don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my
Read
report?
the whole report. I don't care. Because it's not there.
Well, on page 8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general...
Breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication,
All right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess, all right? Let's look at Dr. Mack's report, okay? Medication history. During the period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
Okay.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take the medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
Overall.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about if she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong,
happy
I
to.
know.
What?
Prove you're wrong. It's not in your report, though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe, that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD,
What does that stand for?
the International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, are you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States.
No.
use the
I'm asking
DSM.
about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking about, the DSM though, right? 5 TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And you're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM-6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM-6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if that's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The syndrome, proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical Association going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was in 1968, DSM-3 was in 1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So, since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it. But in the current time...
Okay. Next question.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
Well, I was about to get to that.
I'm sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it,
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes.
Right, it's a paragraph.
issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. Out of 1,000 pages, it's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling in mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm not sure I understand your
How
question.
you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM, so I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
I can just tell you about it.
All right. Okay, right here. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section?
Yeah.
The DSM, okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling in mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders, right? Did I read that right?
Oh my God.
That's all right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then it goes on for the rest of the paragraph that women with bipolar 1, read along, or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. Did I read that right?
Yeah.
That they, meaning women apparently, have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also, and much greater likelihood of alcohol misuse disorder than women in the general population. Some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah. And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause when estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
Sorry.
Wait, because
It does say that. Yeah.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the
It does.
DSM?
Yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you, in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence, where it talks about, there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy. What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling the jury about?
That's the 4-week cutoff that's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier. Yes.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know.
How
I can
about
tell
the-
you that
how
the
about the-
proponents
Go
of
ahead.
postpartum psychosis, the illness, utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's international
If I
classification.
tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year?
Does it mean anything to me?
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
With regard to what?
It's a year. You're talking about 4 weeks, but the They're referring to a year.
Well,
Like,
the
you're-
distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM,
All right. Mr. Reddington, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
yes,
They mentioned the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
yes,
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
yes,
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
okay,
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
yes,
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
it may be.
It
As
may
I
be
was,
because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong.
well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
And that women would have mixed depressive features and a rapid cycling course, correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big
Red, you gotta tie this up, bud. Okay, you gotta get this into a more neat package. I think his point here is that this doctor diagnosed her with major depressive disorder. Okay, so she fits into one part of the criteria in the insanity defense, which is that she has a major substantial, now I can't even remember. They got me so damn messed up. Bottom line, she fits into the first box in the criteria for the insanity defense, in that she has a serious mental illness or defect. Okay, that part has been established. His point really here is, because you sir, have diagnosed her with major depression. I can't remember what he diagnosed now, the exact verbiage. Bottom line is it possible, bro, that you missed the fact that that is how most females present who actually are bipolar? That's his point. That's what he's wanting to get at. You need to ask that fucking question already. You got me all pissed off now too. Shit.
difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has.
Just to interrupt him really quickly, Jessica Rose says, but in my opinion, the state hasn't proved she was at the level of calculated they claim either, which I agree with. I think the jury really is going to be deciding between second degree and not criminally responsible. I don't think they're going to. I think that's where they're going to be at. I think that's where the hiccup is going to come.
To the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's postpartum psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying real hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
I'll finish, Doctor. Go ahead.
I don't have anything. Okay.
All right, good.
Would you agree with me, sir, as it relates to this?
Amber said if she was detached from her kids enough to maliciously kill them, then why is she breastfeeding? LOL. That to me makes zero sense, because that is a whole bonding experience and primal instinct for a woman. Well, I would say to you that when did she stop breastfeeding? At some point she stopped breastfeeding, Amber. To your point. I got to tell you, some of the stuff to me is evidence of nothing. It's not evidence either way.
Panel of people that you're talking about, these are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the two paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you what are called the specifiers, where for both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders.
There you go.
Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, I'd
right?
like to
And
finish
that would
speaking.
be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
Okay.
What a bunch of a-holes.
I just find this so ridiculous. This whole line of it's all of it. Just, you continue to harp on the DSM. What you really want to ask him, what's necessary for you to ask him. You've built all of this up. Just ask him what I said. Ask him, is it possible, doctor, that because, as it's listed in the DSM, women frequently who actually have bipolar disorder present more frequently with episodes of depression? Is it possible you missed that? That's what you want to know.
So right here on page 173, read it. I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay. So this is the section, actually starts on page 169.
Bro, this witness will not be controlled. Reddington cannot contain homeboy. He's dictating now how he will testify. Rein it back in, Reddington. Rein it back in, buddy.
Where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173, is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. It's many paragraphs. Do you want me to read all of them?
No, that's all right. Just summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this case their bipolar disorder, had peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course, by course I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive disorders.
Let's stick with the section that you just pointed out. Okay?
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with me in a nutshell that talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
No, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with peripartum onset?
Yes, that was what I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's a specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all, the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in biological psychiatry in the last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a large ground.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar disorder.
Can I just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
The proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one
Okay,
paragraph.
let's just
It goes
stick
on
with-
to
let's
all
just
the
stick
next
with-
All right, Counsel, let me see Counsel at sidebar here, just so you guys.
Oh, Jesus, fuck,
scheduling.
bro. Regarding scheduling, Judge Sullivan's done with these fools. He's like, I don't want to even see you. Just leave. Everybody get the fuck out.
So,
Yep, told y'all. Judge Sullivan is
Jury,
telling everybody get the fuck out.
we're going to break at this point, all right? So, you know what I'm going to tell you, all right? You've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've got more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind, all right? Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case. Don't read anything about it. Don't listen to anything about it. Just really guard against that and really keep an open mind, all right? So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning, and then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out, and we'll continue with the evidence, all right? And as I'm telling you, we are well on schedule, all right? So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but in case you're wondering, we are.
I mean, look, they were sat for what, longest time 8 weeks, right? That's what we thought this trial was going to take. So okay, now I understand why Judge Sullivan is saying they're well on schedule, because they're not at the 6 week mark yet.
Are definitely well on schedule, much because of your work on this. So I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Maybe it'll stop raining, get outside a little bit. So again, thank you for all your time and dedication on this, and we'll see you on Monday. Okay?
All rise, please, for testing.
I hope Judge Sullivan yells at all the attorneys. Y'all need to act right or get left. I can't handle all this ridiculousness. We can have civility and manners. Act like y'all got some motherfucking home training.
Sure, the back to the floor, Ms. Court's in session.
Doctor, you may sit down.
Oh, am I excused, sir?
You talk to the DA's office with you guys' schedule. We did discuss that. Okay. All right. Counsel, anything else we need to address before Monday?
No.
No, Your Honor.
All right, and so the plan would be, we'll continue with the Commonwealth's rebuttal. At some point, we'll do the final charge conference, and we'll go from there. So I want to thank everybody for their work. I hope everybody has a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. He's like, get the fuck out of here. I don't blame him. All right. So there you have it, you guys. That's where we're at. Another day, another not point made. I'm sorry. I just, I know y'all are entitled to your opinion in the chat, and I'm entitled to my opinion too. And here's the deal. Nobody scored any points today. I'm nowhere. For me, if I'm on the jury, I'm deciding between second-degree murder and not criminally responsible. That's where I'm at. I don't think that there has been, and this is Reddington's fault. He missed the boat with his expert witness. I think that that Dr. Resnick would have been, it would have been better served for him to ask the questions. If he forgot about it on direct, he had an opportunity on redirect. He should have gone through each element and had that doctor testify as to what behavior during that day applies to Lindsay Clancy, why he feels that she was in a state of psychosis. And I'll explain why. Because it is a huge leap to say that in my opinion, that just because by all outward appearances, right, Lindsay was a loving, caring mother, that the only explanation for what happened on January 23rd of 2023, January 24th of 2023, is she had to be in a state of psychosis. That's the only explanation. You want me to do a poll? What should I ask? My brain is done. So I'm going to need a lot of guidance. If you want me to do a poll, I don't have a problem doing a poll, but I'm going to need help about what you want the poll to be. And I think it's one that the jury won't want to make either. I got to tell you, because of the fact that there are there are 3 children that were murdered, strangled. Strangled is not an easy way to go. Okay. And so, they're going to want, thank you so much. You're going to have to be way more specific than that for Shiggles. Oh, you want to do, all right. I'll give 4 options. Guilty, I'll give guilty first degree, guilty second degree, not criminally responsible, hung jury. Thank you so much, Crazy Mama. I appreciate that. That was really generous. I thank you so much. All right, here we go. I'm going over here to my channel. Ugh, I had to hear myself talk. Ugh. I don't know how y'all do it. All right, start a poll. All right. You want me to, is this for the jury, what the jury will find, or what y'all will find? let me see what for sure. You guys are going to be the jury. Okay. Oh my God. There we go. All right, so you're going to get the same options that the jury is going to get. Guilty of first degree, guilty of second degree, not criminally responsible. I don't want this. How do I delete this? Shit. There should be a way to, why can't I? There you go. There's your poll. Okay. The lady, that is a different way of transcription. She is speaking instead of typing it, on that thingy that we're used to seeing, the court reporter is speaking into that microphone thingy. Well, listen, y'all are not going to be, Tess said, shoot, I messed up again. Haha, jokes. I voted properly today. Good job, Tess. I just don't think the jury is going to be able to make that leap either. That because she was a good mom by all accounts, that state of psychosis is the only explanation. And I'm going to tell you why. Because even if they take into consideration, her reaching out for help, etc., you can reach out for help. You can have a mental illness, right? But that doesn't necessarily equate to psychosis. And because Reddington missed an opportunity with redirect to really get the doctor to testify about why he found Lindsay not criminally responsible, what is it about her actions on that day that caused him to believe that? Because as you see, the Commonwealth's witness was able to do that, and he missed an opportunity. And I think that he's going to have all the regrets when it comes to that, and he should. He should. He should. This is where I'm at. For me personally, I'm torn between second degree and not criminally responsible. That's where I'm at, based on the testimony and the evidence. They haven't shown enough. So if you're the jury and these are your three options and you have reasonable doubt, the only option you can give, if you have reasonable doubt, is not criminally responsible. She's not gonna get acquitted, you guys. So I know that people have asked about that. I know that people have a concern about that, but there is no scenario under which Lindsay Clancy is going to leave the courtroom free. That's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. And should she be found not criminally responsible, then she will get a 40-day evaluation. She'll be mandatorily confined for 40 days, at which time there'll be an evaluation. And the judge, the prosecutor, and the doctors, the prosecution's going to file for a civil commitment, and they'll get it. After that point, theoretically, unless there's conditions, theoretically she would be eligible every 6 months to apply for evaluation to be released. The fact of the matter is that there is no circumstances under which Lindsay Clancy is going to be released after 6 months. Here's why. Because she spent the last 3 years, for all intents and purposes, at Tewksbury, and she's still at 1-to-1 ratio, which means that she continues, even though medicated, to be considered at risk for self-harm. So you think they're going to let her out in 6 months? No, not happening. All right, so let me see what you guys are at. How many people, I can't look unless I see how many. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I can over here. Hold on. I can see we have 59%, 60% voting right now, not criminally responsible. I can't see the whole. I wonder why that is. I don't like that over here. I don't like what? How come I can't see my poll? Can I? Yeah, I can't even. Lame. Here, there we go. Now, okay, I figured it out. They done changed it. All right, so we have 31 people have voted. There are 94 people in here. Could y'all please take a moment to show your how you feel in the poll? After today's testimony, do you think Lindsay Clancy is guilty of first-degree murder, guilty of second-degree murder, or not criminally responsible? There are 32 votes. Come on, we can do better than 32 votes. Come on, y'all. You want me to explain second degree? I would be happy to. Let's see. How did I Google this before? All right. So what I wrote is, what is the requirement under Massachusetts law for a jury finding guilty of first-degree murder versus second-degree murder? Under Massachusetts law, first-degree murder requires proof of specific aggravating factors, deliberate premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or a commission of a life imprisonment felony. Second degree murder is any unlawful killing with malice aforethought, not of aforethought, that does not meet the first degree criteria. Juries must unanimously agree on specific statutory theories for first degree conviction. First degree murder requirements: to find a defendant guilty of murder in the first degree, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt an unlawful killing coupled with at least one of three specific statutory prongs. Deliberate premeditation: the defendant formed a purposeful intent to kill after a period of quote unquote cool reflection, though this reflection can take place in just a matter of moments. Extreme atrocity or cruelty: The killing was committed with a degree of brutality or savagery significantly exceeding that of a routine common law killing evaluated by the jury using community standards. First-degree felony murder. The death occurred during the commission or attempted commission of a crime that is punishable by death or imprisonment for life. Per Massachusetts model jury instructions on homicide, the jury must be unanimous, not just on the guilty verdict, but specifically on which theory or theories of first-degree murder, i.e. premeditation, extreme atrocity, cruelty, or felony murder, have been proven. So, I think the two prongs that under theory under the theory would be for first-degree murder requirements would be deliberate premeditation and extreme atrocity or cruelty. All right, second-degree murder requirements. If the jury determines that a murder occurred, but they cannot unanimously agree or find proof beyond a reasonable doubt for any of the first-degree aggravating theories, the law defines the offense as second-degree murder. The definition is, it is an unlawful killing committed with malice aforethought, not of, the letter A, forethought, but lacking premeditation, extreme atrocity or cruelty, or a predicate life sentence felony. Malice standard. The jury must find that the defendant intended to kill the victim, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or performed an intentional act where a reasonable person would have recognized a plain and strong likelihood that death or grievous bodily harm would result. Fallback rule. Juries are instructed to consider second-degree murder if they unanimously agree the defendant is not guilty of first-degree murder, or if they exhaust reasonable efforts and remain deadlocked specifically on the first-degree theories. However, this is where I think it's going to get. This is why I think it's going to be between second-degree murder and not guilt. Not criminally responsible. I think that it's. I think they're going to get stuck on the lacking premeditation part. That's why I think that that's why they're going to find. I think that's why where they're going to be stuck between really deliberating second degree and not criminally responsible. You should get the poll's still up. Did you get to vote, Pointer Lover? Let's see. So MC Wemsey says, also, she's found not criminally responsible. Could she get out in a few years? Strictly speaking, yes. However, probable and likely are two very different things. I think that given the fact that she is in Tewksbury currently and is still on a 1-to-1 ratio, meaning she's supervised 25/8 while she's in there, she's never left alone because she continues to be at risk for self-harm. The likelihood of it being a few years is very slim to none. I would say that a piece of ice stands a better chance of not melting in hell than Lindsay Clancy has of getting out in a few years. And I would like to say this also. Brandy, you might have to switch to all messages, switch back from from live chat to top chat. That usually happens as well. What? It won't let you vote, Pointer Lover. Refresh, babe. Refresh. Go out and go out completely and come back in. Sometimes that happens to me too. That's very rude. YouTube, you let Pointer Lover vote right now. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I think that I mean, I can't argue there with you, Solo Angel Mom. That's, I mean, they say that Lady Justice is blind, right? That's why she's blindfolded and the scales are equal. It's supposed to represent money. But the fact of the matter is, in this country, justice can be bought. That's just facts. That's how it goes. All right, let me refresh this and see where y'all are at. How many people have voted? How do we still have 48 votes? Winter Lover, let me know if you're, oh, okay. So MZ Wemsey says, and what happens if there is a hung jury? Sorry, your terminology and law system is different than the UK. So if there is a hung jury, which I think the fact that there is the allowance to find her guilty of second-degree murder, I think the likelihood of a hung jury decreases substantially because they're allowed to consider a lesser offense. If there's a hung jury, then likely the state will, the judge will declare a mistrial, and the Commonwealth can choose whether or not to prosecute her again. I believe they're going to choose to prosecute her again. Do you need me to? So a hung jury is exactly what Jonah has taken over says it is. It is when a jury cannot reach a unanimous decision. And it under Massachusetts law, the I don't think that that's going to happen. I really don't. I think that if there was not the option to find her guilty of second-degree murder, I think that yes. I think yes, it would be. I think if ever there was a trial that occurred where a hung jury was a seriously realistic possibility, it would be this case. It would be this trial. But because the jury will be allowed to consider the elements of second-degree murder, I think that that risk goes down exponentially. And I really do think that in this case, I really think what it's going to come down to for the jury, what they're really going to be deliberating on is whether it's second-degree murder or not criminally responsible. I think that is really, I think that's what it's going to come down to for sure. I think that's true. That's true. Jonah has taken over, says I'm still Jonah's mom, but he has indeed taken over. Yeah, me too. I'm usually at this point in a trial, even if I know nothing about the case at all, and I'm only just watching it, and I have done no research ahead of time. I only listen to what is being presented in court in front of the jury, right? at this point, we're on the state's rebuttal case. They've both rested their cases in chief. The state is now doing their rebuttal case. At this point in a trial, I typically have made a decision, and I cannot and have not made a decision at this point. I really have not. I really have not. All right, so I'm going to end the poll because honestly, I've been going for kind of a long time. I'm tired. It's hot. It's been a long day. Yeah, at this point, we're to the roasting part of it. Yeah, this is where I start. This is the point where now I'm just ready to be done with it. I've made my determination, and now I'm ready to, start talking all the smack. All right, so let me see what the results are. Okay. 50 people have voted, and here it is. 60% have voted not criminally responsible. 32% think guilty of second degree, and 8% think guilty of first degree. So my vote now, I don't have one yet. If I had to vote right today, I'm going to lean towards second degree at this point. That's my feeling. And the reason I feel that way is because of I think that Reddington had a golden opportunity and missed it on redirect. I needed to hear from Resnick because I didn't find Seisel to be credible. It's not because I didn't think that he had the credentials, the experience, the education, or the training. That's not it. I think potentially on another case, he'd be a perfectly fine witness. Where he got me on this case is in his own testimony when he referred to Lindsay Clancy as my patient, which tells me that the line was crossed from his capacity as an evaluator, which is to find is the finder of truth. That's his way that he described the job of an evaluator, and a treater, a provider, which he defines as to be an advocate for the patient. I think that line got blurred, and therefore, in my opinion, it rendered his results moot, and therefore I negate his testimony. So I think with for the defense, Dr. Resnick was the Obi-Wan Kenobi of their case. He was their only hope. And I think that Mr. Reddington missed a golden opportunity on redirect. I needed to hear, because I knew we were going to hear from the Commonwealth why they determined that Lindsay is criminally responsible. They acknowledge that she has a mental illness or defect, and they diagnosed her as major depressive disorder. However, for me personally, when the way that he was able to break it down and how those definitions apply to Lindsay and her behavior in that day, the actions that she took, and why he felt that she was criminally responsible, I think that that was where Reddington didn't do that with his witness. And I think that was important testimony. And I think that's where I'm at, because I understand the definitions, but I don't know how they apply to Lindsay. And I wanted to hear that testimony from Resnick. I think he is, of all the people that have testified in this case so far, in this trial for both the Commonwealth and the defense, I think Dr. Resnick was the one that was the most qualified to opine on that. And I think it was it's unfortunate that it was a missed opportunity. I think that I will say, he was on Zoom and it doesn't hit the same. I agree with it. It's also very unfortunate that he didn't get to testify in person. I still think that Reddington could have made the best of a bad situation or less than ideal situation. And I think that he missed an opportunity in not taking advantage of the opportunity for redirect. So, anyway, I'm going to let you guys go for today. I need to figure out how I can best cover, because I think that I do want to. There's a lot of people that are interested in the Tupac murder trial, and I do want to cover that. I just need to think of the best way to do that while keeping in mind that there's still a couple. There's another trial that's happening right now too. That's just beginning, and I want to cover that one during the day and save Tupac for in the evening, which, but I need to figure out the best way to do that. And tonight is Friday night, and ATS News only gets an opportunity to go live on Friday and Saturday nights. And I do not want to go over her. And frankly, I need a bit of a break in time. I got to take a little break before I start in the day coverage and then begin a night coverage. So I need to figure out the best way to do that. And I'm not gonna go over ATS News only opportunity to go live. She's my friend. I support her, and I'm not gonna do that to her. So in the spirit of that, I'm gonna drop ATS's link in the chat because I want you guys to go check her channel out, and she does excellent content. And even though she and I do not agree on this case, we see that we see the evidence very differently. She's my friend, and I think we're an example of you can agree to disagree and still be friends. I will still support her. She's my friend. So and that's really not so much for you guys. It's really for Amber, because sometimes my tone when I'm tired or frustrated or whatever, I get a stank tone. I know that's why I can't be completely judgy of Mr. Reddington, because even though I don't have his Boston accent, so it's not as interesting when I get a stank attitude. I still have one. Amber says you're fine to go live whenever. I've been going later at night lately. I know, but see, that's the thing, babe. I need to go later at night because I need there to be some time, right, between ending for the day and beginning at the night. And so I need to go late night. Know what I'm saying? So I got to figure out how I'm going to do that. And, anyway, yeah. I appreciate that, babe. See, we are supportive of each other. We just don't agree on this case. And I will tell you this: at one point, Amber and I vehemently disagreed about Gypsy Rose, and guess what? I've converted her. She sees Gypsy Rose just as nasty as I do. Ooh. I know criminality is in the fuck you forever camp. ATS says, and yes, agree, you're fine. Criminality doesn't agree with me on this case either. LOL, and I still love her. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Criminality and I, we did agree on Gypsy Rose, I think, if I remember correctly, but me and Amber did not. It was vehement. And it was a great conversation. It made for a fantastic debate. But now she's over here on the dark side because the dark side is right and it's got cookies. I freaking can't stand old Gypsy Rose. In fact, somebody emailed, I got an email asking me to go over her prison phone calls. And I mean, look, if there's one thing that I can do, and according to you guys, I do well, it is giving commentary, roasting prison phone calls. And y'all know how I feel about old Gypsy Rose. So, and I do think that we do need some levity in between. This is a very heavy case, and it's a very divisive case, really. And so I do think we need I do think we need a little GRB roast for before we start the next. Oh, I've heard. I've like listened to the beginning of some of them. But yeah. Anyway. All right, you guys. Pen Pal John says I definitely am going to treasure my new vocabulary from today. Oh, for fuck's sake. And cahootering. They're cahooting cahooters. All right. We'll cover those phone calls. Absolutely. All right. Y'all have a great weekend. Go check out my friend ATS News. Also, let me drop Alex Erickson's channel so that you guys can check her out. I'm sure she'll be live at some point this weekend as well. And they do fantastic content, both of them. So go and check that out. And I'll see y'all around. I think I'm going to do something this weekend. I just don't know when. And it'll probably be during the day, because I do need to talk about Alec Murdaugh and the pretrial and the pretrial hearing that took place last week that I still haven't been able to watch all the way. All right. Well, Solo Angel Mom says, I've never seen a rat snake. They do have them. Their little legs bend. That's their knee. All right. Y'all have a good rest of your Friday, and I'll see y'all around. Okay. Bye.